All right. Should be live. Let me just turn on Rumble here. Let me make sure everything is good to go. Because we got some. Everything is good. Major news coming out. Like within the past hour. So let me just set everything up. And we will go from there. As we are currently sitting here, Iran has officially attacked a U.S. military base in Qatar with missiles. You get the full screen here. CNBC, the BBC, Qatar closes airspace as UK and US tell citizens to shelter in place. That was 45 minutes ago this article came out. So I'm just gonna flip back and forth between those two articles right now as I set everything up. I'm also gonna get hopefully a live news report from somebody here, because this has escalated even further again.
Iran gave Iraq a heads up before firing ballistic missiles at an American base following the Soleimani assassination. So this seems like it is intended to be a de-escalatory move. I'm going to repeat this. The New York Times says 3 Iranian officials told them Iran told Qatar that these attacks were coming in advance. They did that to minimize casualties. The officials told the New York Times that Iran symbolically needed to retaliate, but they did it in a way that allowed an exit ramp, and they described this as similar to the strategy in 2020 when Iran gave Iraq a heads up about their attack on American bases in Iraq. So
Wow.
It's looking to me like this is Iran doing something to do something, but trying to do it in a de-escalatory way, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, I don't think launching missiles at the US is going to de-escalate things at all, even if they gave them a heads up. I don't think that's how that works. But yeah, this is massive. This is really big.
Base in Iraq. But we don't know that that happened. We do know that missiles were fired at the US base in Qatar. Oh, Qatari Ministry of Defense. Hold on. OSIN Technical mentioned the Qatar Ministry of Defense posted. The Ministry of Defense of Qatar posted that, hey, look. Again, shout out to OSIN Technical for spotting this. Ministry of Defense of Qatar says the Ministry of Defense announced the Qatari air defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack targeting Al Udeid air base. Thanks to God, the vigilance of the armed forces, and the precautionary measures taken, the incident did not result in any deaths or injuries. The government of Qatar says no deaths or injuries. The ministry reiterated that the airspace and territory of the state of Qatar are safe and that the Qatar armed forces are always ready to deal with any threat. The Ministry of Defense advises citizens and residents to seek guidance in the latest developments from official sources. So, will the U.S. even retaliate for this? Or will they just let it slide and that's it? And that's it. I don't know. Let me again read you this statement posted by the Iranian government and Iranian state media, the Secretariat of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran. Hey, let me show you this statement. Let me show it to you. Here is the statement from the Iranian government. I'm going to show it to you right now. There it is. In response to the U.S.'s aggressive and brazen action against Iran's nuclear sites and facilities, the powerful armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran destroyed the U.S. airbase at Al Udeid, Qatar. That has not happened. The airbase has not been destroyed. Qatar, I am confident of that. Qatar actually says that they say that all the missiles were intercepted. I don't know if that happened. And they said there's no injuries or deaths at the base. But I have not seen anything to suggest the base was destroyed, except for this post, and I don't really trust it. So the number of missiles used in this successful operation was the same as the number of bombs used by the United States in its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. I don't know if that's true, but if they're talking about bunker busters, the U.S. used 14. And the base targeted in the attack by the Iranian forces was far from urban facilities and residential areas in Qatar. This action does not pose any danger to our friendly and brotherly country, Qatar, who, according to the New York Times, they told in advance about it, and its noble people. And the Islamic Republic of Iran remains committed to maintaining and continuing warm and historic relations with Qatar. No confirmation yet of the report that, that a missile was fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. So I'm going to change my headline right now to Iran launches missiles at U.S. base in Qatar. No injuries reported. How's that? How's that? President Trump is reportedly monitoring things in the Situation Room. The Bahrain Ministry of Interior of Bahrain, the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior just posted something. Bahrain Ministry of Interior just posted, seek shelter in the nearest building or take cover in a safe enclosed area until the danger has passed. I have not heard of missiles fired at Bahrain, but the Bahrain Ministry of the Interior is telling people to seek shelter in the nearest building or take cover in a safe, enclosed area until the danger has passed. That is another Gulf country near Iran.
Absolutely crazy. I have a multicam here over the skyline of Israel and Qatar. Alright, well, nobody wants to listen to the dog bark, so we have this.
I'm looking now, major cases of GPS jamming in Qatar and other Gulf states. Iran is bombing Qatar. Let's bring in now Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. You and I started talking about this about more than an hour ago now. Are we where your sources are telling you that we thought we'd be? Have we gone someplace that we're at least prepared to deal with?
Well, Harris, right now what we can tell from open source reporting on Twitter, you can see imagery of about what we're told from Israeli sources are 6 ballistic missiles that have been fired from Iran towards Qatar. As you know, as we discussed, the Al Udeid base, the largest U.S. Base in the Middle East, is about 40 miles from the capital of Qatar, from Doha. You can see the night skies over Doha right now, and there are explosions in the air. Some of those may be air defense defense missiles, Patriot missiles, trying to intercept those ballistic missiles. We have no indications of impact at this point. As you and I discussed before, there were satellite images from last week of Al Udeid, where the U.S. normally has a large number of transport planes, refueling planes, that those tarmacs had been emptied of those warplanes. But Al Udeid normally would have 10,000 U.S. troops based there. There had been warnings to U.S. embassy staff to shelter in place and at other embassies across Doha. We also now are learning that the airspace over UAE, the United Arab Emirates, where the United States military has another large military base, that airspace has been closed. And we also understand there could be an imminent threat to U.S. troops and personnel at bases in Iraq. That, if you remember, just 5 years ago, Iran fired ballistic missiles, dozens of them, at U.S. troops in the wake of Qasem Soleimani's killing. So a lot of intelligence warnings. We brought it to you on air just a little while ago, and now it seems that those explosions are being heard over the capital of Qatar.
Well, and through your reporting, you readied us for, exactly who would be still there, and you're furthering that now to let us know who is able to get out and who's expected to be there serving right now. 6 missiles may not sound a lot to some people because they can do so much damage. And Iran reportedly has been running low on, we don't really exactly know what they have. Maybe they're not running that low. But with precision, 6 missiles are a lot. They haven't really been precision guided, though, going into Israel. They've been hitting all those residential targets. Not saying that they didn't want to kill civilians, but a little bit more haphazard. This seems more precision.
Well, I would say, Harris, the difference between Qatar and Israel is that it's just a few-minute flight for both short-range and medium-range
so both
ballistic
kinds.
or cruise missiles. You
Right.
also could be having, and my guess right now, based on the way the Iranians have been behaving in terms of targeting Israel, you may also have swarming drones that could overwhelm any air defense system. So obviously, the U.S. military, U.S. Central Command has been preparing for this moment. They have been setting up air defense. Al Udeid would be one of the most protected bases that the U.S. has, but they also have long known that they are sitting ducks there. And so therefore, right now, we have to just see if any of those ballistic missiles or cruise missiles got through.
And we are waiting for a response from Donald Trump. Apparently, he's monitoring the situation right now, so I can only imagine maybe we'll get a Truth Social statement, or I don't know if he'll address the nation again, but anything is possible. It is only 1:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So anything is possible within the next 8 to 9 hours.
Recently, hey guys, and also, that could be seen as de-escalatory. Shashank Joshi, who is the defense editor at The Economist, his take on this is about as symbolic as it could get. I would be surprised if Trump responded to this in any serious way. Again, that is Shashank Joshi, a defense editor at The Economist, said.
What? So they send missiles to a U.S. base. Oh, it's just symbolic. I don't think Trump will respond to this. Are you kidding me? Are you for real? Oh my god, the mainstream media is out of touch, dude. If those missiles were to have successfully landed, that's a completely different story, obviously, than we have right now. It's the fact that they launched them to begin with. Symbolic? What the hell are you going on about?
The signs of a de-escalatory attack. I know that might sound strange to you, but it has all of the signs of a de-escalatory attack.
launching missiles at another country does not come off as de-escalatory, especially when the target they wanted to hit was a US air base or just a US military base for that. I don't see this as a de-escalatory attack. A de-escalatory attack. All right, so obviously the big news going on right now is that Iran has sent missiles to a U.S. base in Qatar. They were intercepted. No injuries reported.
That kind of thing as well. Tyler Rogaway, who is the founder of the very good The War Zone military news site, says if this ballistic missile barrage on Al Udeid is it, we don't know if that is the case. This was checking a box for the regime. It also signals just how weakened Iran is at this point. We have to wait and see, but this has heavy shades of the 2020 reprisal missile strike in Iraq, but although even less potent. The move signals Trump, do not respond because you have your off-ramp, he says. That's what he says. The move signals to Trump, do not respond because you have your off-ramp. He says, a huge part of this is likely Iran's C2. Is that command and control? I believe C2 is command and control. A huge part of this, says Tyler Rogaway, is likely the state of Iran's C2, command and control, which is in tatters. Even if they have the hardware, coordinating a major operation is likely very tough, if not impossible at this point. Also, the delay in the reprisal strike highlights this reality. Note, Israel was going after command and control sites today. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sky News Arabia is also claiming the U.S. military knew of this in advance. Hang on a moment here. Again, Barak Ravid reports that Iran coordinated its attack on Al Udeid Air Base with Qatar, and the Trump administration was aware of it in advance. I am checking for updates here. Hold on a moment. No confirmation of any missiles fired at any other targets than the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. I am checking a bunch of different sources trying to get you the latest information here. Oil prices right now are down. They are down almost 5% today since this news came out. They are down 5%. Again, this is being seen by, looks like the oil market is seeing this as a de-escalation. Faytux News says the Israeli Air Force is currently attacking Tehran, according to IDF military radio. Let's see here. I've seen a couple of claims that there are Israeli strikes going on in Tehran right now. There were a bunch earlier today. Let's see here. Yes, the Telegram channel, Political and Security, Mariah Asraf and Doron Kadosh, reporters in Israel, are reporting that the Israeli Air Force is currently attacking Tehran shortly after the Iranian attack on the American base in Qatar. Thanks to Faytux for spotting that, Faytux News. So if you're just joining us, Iran fired a number of missiles at the U.S. Al Udeid base in Qatar, near Doha. The number of missiles, CNN had said 10. The Iranian government claimed it was the same number as the number of bombs the U.S. used on the nuclear facilities in Iran, which would be 14. That's, if I had to guess, maybe that kind of number. There were definitely explosions heard in the skies of Qatar. The Qatari government says nobody was injured. The Qatari government says all the missiles were intercepted. And multiple outlets, including the New York Times and the New York Times, and also well-respected reporter Barak Ravid, report that Iran told Qatar in advance that this was coming. Barak Ravid reports that the Trump administration was aware in advance this was coming. So right now it does seem like a de-escalatory way for Iran to respond and say they did something, but not in a way that posed a serious threat, and maybe something that the Trump administration can just say, that's it, and we move on. I don't know that the Trump administration is going to do that, but you know, if you think they needed to do something, from what I am hearing, specialists say this is not on the range of options. This is very low on the scale in terms of being threatening and escalatory. Dan Lamoth, who is with, I believe aircraft had been evacuated at Al Udeid base days ago. Yes. I'm seeing, for example, a report from Newsweek 4 days ago saying U.S. aircraft have vacated Al Udeid Air Base. They said satellite images seem to show this. And Dan Lamoth, who is from the Washington Post, posted a person, Geopolitic Josh, who posted 4 days ago. 5 days ago, this person, Geopolitic Josh, had posted satellite photographs that appeared to show that the aircraft at this airbase had been, all non-sheltered aircraft had been evacuated. Update from military.com reporter Konstantin Toropin. Konstantin Toropin reports a defense official confirms Al Udeid base was attacked by short and medium ranged missiles. No reports of casualties. The attack ended around 30 minutes ago. No confirmation of any other bases being attacked. I have a statement also, it probably maybe is the same statement, from the same official, but Liz Frieden of Fox News quotes a U.S. defense official as saying, Al Udeid Air Base, that's the one in Qatar, was attacked by short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles originating from Iran today. At this time, there are no reports of U.S. casualties. We are monitoring this situation closely.
All right, welcome back. Want to reset, talk about where we are now and where we might be going next when it comes to Operation Midnight Hammer and the situation in Iran. So taking a look once again to recap what we did over the weekend. The U.S. attacking 3 separate Iranian nuclear sites. Isfahan, where they got a bunch of underground tunnels with enriched uranium. Natanz, and then the big one at Fordo. That is where we used 12 different bunker busters, waiting for damage assessments from those. But the question is, what, if any, responses are going to be from the Iranians next? Keep in mind, we've got about 40,000 U.S. military personnel sprinkled throughout bases all within the Middle East, going from Turkey all the way down to Qatar and the UAE. Remember, back in 2020, it was Al Assad Air Base in Iraq, where the Iranians decided to shoot ballistic missiles in response to the strike against Soleimani. Then down here in Qatar, we've got Al Udeid Air Base. That is our biggest base in all of the Middle East. That's where CENTCOM also has some of their headquarters. The question also, what's going to happen here on U.S. soil? The potential threat of Iranian sleeper cells. We've talked about the open border the last 4 years. Take a look at this data. CBP sources telling Fox News, from 2021 to 2024, under the Biden administration, just over 1,500 Iranians were caught by Border Patrol crossing the southern border illegally. Of that, almost half of them, 729, were released into the U.S. That is 48%. That also does not account for the more than 2 million known gotaways who slipped across the southern border during that time. For more on this and the potential threats to the homeland, I want to send it out to Mark Meredith, joining us live in D.C. this morning. Mark, good morning to you.
Bill, good morning to you. The FBI says it remains vigilant, and the Department of Homeland Security is warning there is a heightened threat given the developments in Iran. We're watching 2 potential types of attack here. The possibility, one, cyber threats to U.S. networks. The other, the possibility of sleeper cells targeting Americans here at home. Major cities, including New York, where you are, D.C. and Los Angeles, stepping up patrols near places of worship. NYPD also watching diplomatic sites around the country, around the city. And over the weekend, DHS put out a bulletin acknowledging the threat is real. DHS writing, multiple recent homeland terrorist attacks have been motivated by anti-Semitic or anti-Israel sentiment, and the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict could contribute to U.S.-based individuals plotting additional attacks. Some lawmakers fear the sharp influx of migrants into the U.S. over the last few years may have allowed Iran to send sleeper cells into the U.S. undetected. And as Bill mentioned, Fox learning many Iranian nationals detected crossing into the U.S. during the Biden administration were allowed to stay and not kept in custody.
Fortunately, they do have a right to be concerned. As you said, Joe Biden had a wide open border policy for 4 years. We know that terrorists tried to enter our country. Iran has a long history of terrorizing America going back 46 years, to include here in the United States.
In February, the White House warned of this very possibility. The National Security Team says Iran has also directed proxy groups, including Hezbollah's Islamic Jihad organization, to embed sleeper cells. And, Bill, the threat extends beyond the obvious U.S. domestic targets. Military installations abroad, American diplomatic outposts all remain on high alert. Bill.
Yep, the issues at the border continue to echo with the situation right now. Mark Meredith, thank you. Good to see you.
Want to bring in Fran Townsend, former DHS advisor under President Bush. It's great to have you here. One of the things they did not mention is something that Iran is known to have some capabilities, but you could describe them, and that is the cyber capabilities. Could that hurt us here as well?
Sure. I mean, look, they've attacked U.S. critical infrastructure. They've attacked the financial institutions. J.P. Morgan suffered real real damage. And so I think the private sector, too, has got to be on alert for retaliatory effects. I agree that we've got there's the potential for these sleeper cells that could be activated. But the FBI has the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, and the glory of those is you've got state and locals in there and DHS, so that they're all working the problem together. This is not a new concern, and so I imagine long before the bombing they were working to uncover sleeper cells. I do think the people the most at risk for a physical attack are our bases overseas and diplomatic institutions.
And when it comes to those concerns about potential sleeper cells, when I was down at the border, I met a lot of Iranians, and most of them seemed like pretty nice guys. They'd come up to the cameras and they spoke English. They said they wanted to flee the regime. I think a lot of the concern has to do with the gotaways, right? More than 2 million over the last 4 years. Those are people we never saw on our cameras. Those are people Border Patrol never caught. Those are people who paid the coyotes extra to get away from law enforcement.
That's right.
What are your concerns about that population?
So that's exactly the focus of the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, because you've got state and locals there who are closer to the communities, who have sources in the communities and can feed into the federal system that can bring resources to bear. And so I take some comfort in the fact, the other thing the FBI brings with them is access to surveillance capability. So you can use the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. This is really what it was intended for, and to gather intelligence to identify those cells.
Take us to the region. You know it very well. One of the things here is that Israel had degraded the capabilities of Hezbollah and Hamas. Okay, so we have that. But there are other players in the region. President Trump was there 3 weeks ago. I think that those relationships helped in this situation because, as far as I can tell, they're being very quiet.
Right. Look, I think the long-term view in the region, I've spoken to 2 leaders in the region, is this is good for their security. They don't want to attract attention because they're so close to Iran. They don't want to have short-term or medium-term ballistic missiles falling on them. But they support quietly, to your point, Dana, the action that the president has taken. It protects not just Israel and us, but the entire region and the world.
Jasmine Crockett in the headlines once again with another comment she made. We'll play it.
To repeat, multiple outlets reporting that the U.S. knew that Iran told Qatar about this in advance. This base had reportedly been evacuated of aircraft in the last week or so, unsheltered aircraft. And Barak Ravid reports that that the U.S. was aware of it in advance. Everything about this so far is pointing to Iran doing something just to do something, but doing it in a way that would be seen as de-escalatory. Have not heard anything from President Trump yet. The Al Udeid Air Base, by the way, is the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. Unusual Whales says, oh, hold on a second. Sorry. That's the same report as before. Trying to get you guys new updates here. reserves the right to respond directly in a manner proportional to the nature and scale of this blatant aggression and in accordance with international law. I would be shocked if at this point if Qatar took any military action in response. We are reassured that Qatari air defenses thwarted the attack and successfully intercepted the Iranian missiles. We also affirm the continuation of such escalating military actions will undermine security and stability in the region and drag it into situations that will have disastrous repercussions for international peace and security. We call for an immediate cessation of all military actions and a serious return to the negotiating table and dialogue. All right. The base had been evacuated earlier in accordance with approved security and precautionary measures. In light of the tensions currently prevailing in the region, all necessary measures were taken to ensure the safety of the base's personnel, including members of the Qatari Armed Forces, friendly forces, and others. No injuries or human losses occurred as a result of the attack. Also, the Ministry of Defense of Qatar said they had air defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack targeting Al Udeid Air Base. The incident did not result in any deaths or injuries. Arabia condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the aggression launched by Iran against the sisterly state of Qatar, which constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and the principles of good neighborliness. It is unacceptable and cannot be justified under any circumstances. I would assume in Saudi Arabia that the government is quietly pleased that there was not a stronger response from Iran. That would be my assumption. Hold on. Hold on. Where is this here? The New York Times says an Israeli official said that there was an early warning given by Iran about the attack. The Israeli official didn't say to which country. The New York Times also reports Iranian officials told it that they told Qatar in advance. He says, the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different to try and demean as much as possible. Wow. He doesn't even comment. He doesn't even comment on the new attack. Look at this. It's not about the new attack. He said he posted this 3 minutes ago. The sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try and demean as much as possible. And even they say they were pretty well destroyed. Working especially hard on this falsehood is Allison Cooper of Fake News CNN, dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of Concast, Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News, and always the losers of, again, Concast's NBC Fake News. It never ends with the sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low. Zero credibility. That is the post from 3 minutes ago from Donald Trump. It does not mention the missiles. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me just repost this. What he is known to do. Now, President Trump said 2 hours ago, did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word nuclear and saying he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Again, I don't think many people were taking that threat seriously. Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did, and that is confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best we have, 20 years advanced over the pack is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built. And just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. That was for 2 hours ago. That was from 2 hours ago. This is the one from 6 minutes ago does not mention the missile attack on the U.S. base in Iran. Hey guys, another report, this report from CNN. CNN is now repeating this report that others have made. CNN reports that Iranian officials gave Qatar advanced notice that attacks were coming before launching missiles toward a U.S. military base, and that coordination was intended to minimize casualties and preserve an off-ramp. Again, that is CNN reporting via Zachary Cohen. Iranian officials gave Qatar an advance notice that attacks were coming before launching missiles toward a U.S. military base. Coordination was intended to minimize casualties and preserve an off-ramp. This is a I'm going to post in the chat. There's a supposed video floating around of interceptions in Qatar. I will post the link in the chat. I am looking here for updates. We still do not have a statement yet from the Trump administration or Trump about this attack. But everything about this right now is screaming de-escalation. Do we have any more updates for you? We still have no statement on this from the White House. No statement yet from the White House. I have not heard a statement from a public statement from any federal government official. I can tell you that that oil prices are now down almost 7% since this happened. They were around 74, 75. They are now, crude oil futures are now at around 68.75. So 68.69 from 68 or 69 from 74.75. Hold on a minute here. Hold on a moment. Guys, no Iranian missiles hit U.S. base in Qatar, U.S. official tells Reuters. There it is right there. The initial assessment follows an attempted attack by Iran on the base using short and medium-range missiles. Again, multiple outlets report that Iran told Qatar about it in advance. Let's see. I have a photo from Qatar today. I can show you a photo from Qatar today. Let me get that for you. Give me a moment, please. Here is a photo from Qatar of tracer. It says it's tracers. Traces are seen in the sky. This is from Reuters. That is a photo from Doha, Qatar. It says, see right here? There's video floating around of the skies of Qatar. I don't have any of that video, the rights to it myself right now, during the missile fire. But that was, that's from this article. Iran fires missiles at U.S. air base in Qatar. Doha says attack intercepted, no casualties. Oh, look. Reuters reports Iran, which had been warned by Washington not to retaliate or face massive U.S. military action, informed the U.S. via 2 diplomatic channels hours ahead of the attack. Reuters reports that Iran informed the U.S. via 2 diplomatic channels hours ahead of the attack, as well as Qatari authorities, a senior regional source told Reuters. Hours ahead of the attack. How about that? I'm going to post that. I'm going to post that right now. Hours ahead. So Reuters says the U.S. knew hours in advance about this. Give me a moment here. Did I get this right? Yes. No missiles hit the base. None. No injuries, no missile hits. What is this? Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I'm seeing, let's see here. Hold on a second here. I am just trying to find you additional updates. I'm seeing some different things here, but I want to confirm things. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. Sorry, we've been so busy. I've been bad and not thanked our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you, Beth. Thanks to our Twitch moderators as well. We have moderating on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, De Bears, I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, thank you. We also have moderating on Facebook as well. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Hold on a moment here as we try to get you more updates. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson moderate for us over there. Kay Lowry Body. I have still not seen any statement from the Trump administration about this missile attack yet. Ooh, let me look up something here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment here. What is this? I may have video for you, maybe. I may have video for you. Hold on. Let's see what this is. Oh, hey guys, new report, news update from Fox News. Liz Frieden of Fox News reports that the U.S. military intercepted several Iranian missiles targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, a U.S. official tells Fox News. It is not clear exactly how many missiles were intercepted, but no missiles reached the base, the official said. So Fox News' Liz Frieden is reporting that a U.S. official tells Fox News that the U.S. military intercepted several Iranian missiles targeting Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So, I mean, there was this question about, I think the Qatar had said that, did they say that they intercepted the missiles? I mean, it kind of makes sense that the U.S. might intercept these. The Qatari Ministry of Defense said that Qatari Ministry of Defense said that Qatari air defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack. Now, maybe the U.S. did it. Maybe they both did it. You know, I'd be pretty surprised if the U.S. wasn't waiting to intercept these missiles on U.S. bases. Because the U.S. knew days in advance that Iran might do something like this. Also reportedly, Iran actually told the U.S. in advance. Reuters is reporting that the Iran told the U.S. about this hours in advance. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if these were U.S. interceptions. Or maybe it's something where it's U.S. like interceptors on Qatari land, so they can both say they did it, or they're both operating them. I don't know. Oh, hold on a second here. I was going to take a look at the flight radar, see what was going on at Qatar. Flight radar 24. Hey, it's flight radar 24. There is Qatar right there. I'm not sure if the airspace is still closed there. Flight radar 20, this is flight radar 24, so you can see nothing over Iran, basically. And there's Qatar. I think these planes are all on the ground here. Flight radar 24 posted, with airports close to Doha near or at capacity for diversions, Qatar Airways aircraft are now diverting to airports further from home. Hang on one moment here. One moment, guys. One moment here. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment. Thanks for your patience. I still have not seen any kind of statement from President Trump or the U.S. government official statement about these missiles being fired at the U.S. base in Qatar. Nothing officially from the U.S. government yet on this. I've been looking for that. Lots of reporting on it, lots of outlets who say they've talked to U.S. officials, multiple outlets saying that the U.S. and Qatar were told about this in advance by Iran.
Correspondent Trey Yanks, he's live in Tel Aviv with the latest, not only from Israel, but what do you make of the fact that this appeared to be a pretty limited response, Trey?
Yeah, John, good afternoon. We're getting more information from regional sources right now on this Iranian attack targeting the Al Udeid air base just outside of Doha, Qatar. The latest information that we have, according to the Qatari Foreign Ministry, they say these missiles were intercepted over the Qatari capital of Doha. They say there are no injuries on the ground, and the Qataris are condemning this attack launched by Iran. This is significant, but not unexpected. The distance between Qatar and Iran is just over 100 nautical miles, and this is a large base, the largest American base in the region. And it had largely been evacuated, according to one source that we spoke with before this attack took place. The Americans understood that Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain could be on the top target list for the Iranians in any sort of response following those strikes that were ordered by President Trump to go after Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. We're working to get some confirmation about reports that American bases in Iraq may have been targeted. But again, the information that we have about the Gulf is significant. There are air defense systems in Qatar, both the THAAD missile defense system and the Patriot system. And according to some initial video that we reviewed from sources in Doha, it looks like, if not all, but the majority of these incoming missiles were shot down overhead. In terms of what led up to this, we know earlier today the U.S. Embassy in Doha sent out an alert to American citizens in Qatar to shelter in place. Shortly after that, the airspace over this country was closed. You could see on flight radar maps a number of flights diverting to other regional airports. And again, that condemnation coming in from the Qataris. We're also monitoring Iranian state media at this hour, who says that they launched this attack, calling it the Annunciation of Victory. Iranian state media also saying their military says this was a devastating and powerful attack. This is not unexpected propaganda to receive from the regime in Tehran, but again, an indication that the Iranians are looking to save face following this U.S. strike that went after their nuclear facilities over the weekend. Other regional countries, including Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE, do remain on high alert at this hour over concern that there could be further attacks on U.S. interests in the region. Of course, the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. There are also thousands of American forces in Kuwait. And then the possibility that Iraq could be targeted as well. I can take you back to 2020 when the Americans ordered that drone strike against Qasem Soleimani outside of Baghdad's international airport. The Iranians responded then with 13 ballistic missiles against the Ain al-Assad air base in western Iraq. And so, of course, missile defense systems across the region remain on high alert. Again, the Americans knew this was a possibility and largely evacuated much of their personnel from these areas. John, Sandra?
All right, just going through the Qatar response here. Qatar saying it reserves the right to respond after this Iranian attack. As John just reported, Qatar is saying no casualties from that attack at the U.S. military base. Thank goodness. And the top security body there, Iran's top security body there, is saying the armed forces used the same number of bombs that the U.S. had used in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. That is per the latest statement that we've been digesting, Trey. Please do weigh in on that. As John and I were just discussing, is what we're seeing, is this evidence of diminished capabilities on the part of Iran?
Look, the types of missiles that the Iranians are likely using against American interests in Qatar, as Jennifer noted, are some from their shorter range arsenal. Cruise missiles or possibly medium-range ballistic missiles, but not the same missiles that they were using over the past 11 days to target major Israeli population centers. A Qatari source just sending me another statement that I do want to just read here live from a spokesman for Qatar's foreign minister saying, "We reaffirm that dialogue is the only way to overcome the current crisis and ensure the security in the region and the peace of its people remains." And so the Qataris still, amid all of this, encouraging diplomacy and dialogue in the region. They have been one of the leaders in the Middle East over the past more than 600 days, trying to de-escalate regional tension, bring all parties to the table, and ultimately find some sort of off-ramp, ceasefire agreements, or at least temporary understandings. But as this war develops between Israel and Iran, there is concern that this could spiral and continue, because we heard from President Trump directly, we heard from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, that any attack on American interests in the region would be met with a response. Everyone from American officials to current and former Israeli officials warned Iran against such an attack taking place. Now, while this is limited in nature, it certainly does bring this entire conflict into a new chapter and raises questions about how the Americans might respond to this direct attack on their largest military base in the Middle East. This is a base that normally houses around 10,000 U.S. personnel. We have reported from the Al Udeid base just outside of Doha. It's about a 30-minute drive from the U.S. Embassy in the Qatari capital. And it's a place where there's a lot of coordination for U.S. Central Command. You might remember back in 2021 when those evacuation flights were taking place. Many of them were landing from
This is not moments ago. This is not live right now. This was a couple hours ago when the alerts and the announcements were made and everything. This is just a replay.
Afghanistan to Doha, Qatar at this airbase. And so it's a base that was built in the late 90s. It cost around $1 billion to build. And it is still owned by the Qataris, but it is, again, the largest American base in the region, and there is close coordination for U.S. Central Command done out of this base. It was largely evacuated before this took place, and again, according to a spokesman for Qatar's foreign ministry, no one was injured in this missile strike launched by Iran. But again, this shows that the Iranians are willing to respond directly to American interests in the region. And even before the war between Israel and Iran erupted 11 days ago, with this Israeli strike starting against the top IRGC officials, Iranian nuclear scientists, and of course Iran's nuclear program, the United States was preparing for this possibility. You might remember about 2 weeks ago, President Trump ordered a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. There was a voluntary evacuation for the dependents of U.S. Embassy personnel and military spouses and children in places like Bahrain and Kuwait. The United States understood that as a war would develop between Israel and Iran, that U.S. interests in the region could come under attack. And of course, with those U.S. strikes against the Iranian nuclear facilities, those 3 facilities over the weekend, the officials here have been bracing for such a response. Israeli officials, though, remain on high alert, understanding that this is certainly not the end of Iranian response as it relates to Israel. But as for American forces in the region, again, the latest information that we can report attributable to Qatari officials is that there were no injuries in these strikes that took place just earlier this hour. And there is initial reporting coming in right now from the New York Times indicating that Iran coordinated the attacks with the American air base in Qatar, and Qatari officials gave advance notice that the attacks were coming to minimize the casualties. Again, that information attributable to the New York Times, but this is not surprising because they did a very similar coordination back in 2020 in response to the killing of Qasem Soleimani, that drone strike that President Trump ordered. This was meant to contain possible escalation in the region. And so we'll work on matching that reporting from the New York Times, but it would not be surprising that the Iranians wanted to coordinate their response as to not drag more officials and militaries in the region into the current war that is escalating between Israel and Iran. Guys?
You know, as you're on the air, Trey, and you probably can't see it, we're getting some pretty spectacular footage of the missile intercepts there. We don't know if it was all just American Patriot missiles or if there were other anti-missile devices that were sent up into the sky as well, but it's looking very much like Israel did over the last couple of weeks. Apparently, the Iranians have given this a name, Operation Fatah's Blessing, against the American Al Udeid air base in Qatar. This question to you. So we saw the response at the Al-Assad air base, and somewhere up to 17 missiles fell on the Al-Assad air base. The fact that this was very limited, Iran says we matched the number of missiles to the number of bombs that were dropped on Iran. We had a number of 6 given to us by the Israelis, which would be far below the number of bombs that were dropped on Iran. I mean, does this suggest that this is merely a symbolic response so that the Iranian regime can say we punched America in the nose, whereas really, I mean, they didn't even ruffle a hair on our forehead?
Yeah, absolutely. And they do this often to try and contain possible escalation in the region. We were on the ground in Baghdad, Iraq, when that other ballistic missile attack took place back in 2020. And there was an understanding that American interests could be moved. There was a warning to U.S. troops to prepare to get into shelters. There were a lot of minor injuries for forces then from the blast of those missiles back in 2020. But this coordination does take place to try and contain escalation. And in terms of Iran's capabilities across the region, it's important to remember that Iran still, despite the fact that Israel and the United States have gone after Iranian interests within their own country, and the Israelis have gone after these ballistic missile launching positions and other IRGC capabilities, weapons storage facilities, for example, the Iranians still have the ability to operate from other countries. They can, through their proxies, these Iran-backed Iraqi and Syrian Shia militias, launch limited attacks with missiles and rockets toward American interests in the region. And there are no reports indicating that that has taken place. And so Iran still has the ability to ratchet up the pressure against American interests in the Middle East. But it appears here they are trying to coordinate some possible response as to not drag the United States more directly into the fight.
Praising Donald Trump for striking Iran, putting up this sign in Tel Aviv reading, "Thank you, Mr. President."
It comes as the Israeli military says this morning it carried out new strikes in Iran after Iran launched another round of attacks towards the Jewish state yesterday.
Mike Tobin is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Lawrence. Israeli warplanes are back in action in the skies over Iran, picking off targets at will. In fact, the Israelis say they've
So this is a replay.
Fired some 100 missiles over the past 2 hours. Among the targets hit, they have followed up the U.S. strikes at the Fordo nuclear facility, hitting an access road at the Fordo nuclear facility, preventing the Iranians from going back there. They hit command centers for the Revolutionary Guard, a headquarters for a corps called the Alborz Corps, and they continue to hit the old jets and Cobra aircraft that are sitting on the ground, part of Iran's very old fleet.
And Fred Witherow for your support.
Allahu Akbar.
Sorry. weird. Sorry, you weren't supposed to hear the sound. That was a little video I was playing, but I thought it was muted. Is this video? Let me see. Let me look at this video here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. All right, I'm gonna show you this video. I bought a video to show you guys. Okay, I bought a video to show you. Once in a while I do this. I bought a video to show you. This is via, well, I got it via Reuters. So, but this is a video of taken in Qatar, of the Qatar sky when these missiles were coming in, okay? I'm going to show you the video right now. Showing it to you right now. Well, as soon as I have it here, let's see. Is this it? Where did it go?
On Israel striking Iran right now, Trey?
Yeah, John, Sandra, Fox News has learned Israel is currently striking targets in Iran. This is a wave of strikes. We don't know what exactly they're trying to hit, but it
So this was also earlier today. This is a replay.
follows additional airstrikes that took place earlier today, going after a variety of targets in and around the capital of Tehran. Smoke could be seen rising from the Iranian capital, and the IDF saying those earlier strikes went after underground military infrastructure, missile storage sites, and UAV storage sites. We do expect these Israeli strikes to continue. Again, at this hour, we can report there are jets over Iranian territory striking different targets at this moment. But these will likely continue as the Israelis come under more ballistic missile fire from Iran. Early this morning, 2 different waves of missile strikes targeted this country, going after infrastructure in the south and residential areas in the north. Israeli officials say they'd like this war to be over in a matter of days, but they are preparing for the possibility that this drags out for weeks. John, Sandra?
So, Trey, let's go to the politics of Iran itself. Via the sources that you've talked to into the region, I'm wondering what you're picking up that's going inside the country, because when a regime is at the tipping point, you usually get some pretty good indications that that's about to happen. Syria, for example, I mean, there were pretty obvious signs that things were not going well for Assad, and then suddenly it tipped over into a regime change. We saw the same thing in Afghanistan when the Taliban swept out the Afghanistan government. Do you get a sense that Iran is anywhere near a tipping point here? Or do the authorities in charge now, led, I guess, by the IRGC, still have a pretty good handle on all the levers of power there?
Look, Israeli officials say they still have a pretty good handle on the situation in Tehran. But it's important to note the Israelis have gone after much of the military leadership, trying to decimate top commanders from the IRGC. And the strike today on the American base outside of Doha, Al-Udaid, is a significant development, but it's also a coordinated development. The Americans knew there would be some response from the Iranians following these strikes that were ordered by President Trump over the weekend against Iran's key nuclear facilities. And this is in part because the Iranians are looking to save face domestically. They're under immense domestic political pressure. We have seen the images of Iranian civilians, millions of them evacuating the capital of Tehran, lines of traffic as people tried to get out of the way. Earlier today, the Israelis released an infographic showing an IRGC command center in the heart of Tehran, urging Iranian civilians to stay away from these facilities. It's hard to get a real sense of the feelings from the civilian population, given the fact that the regime has cracked down on internet access there, and people have very limited ability to speak to the outside world. But as this moves forward, there is still a political chain of command that exists. You have the Ayatollah Khamenei, who has reportedly appointed successors if needed, but you also have President Masoud Pezeshkian and his deputies who have not been killed in the Israeli strikes. The Israeli strikes have gone after military leadership so far, and they've been precise in a way that they have used their intelligence apparatus here in Tel Aviv to track down these military commanders in an effort to weaken Iran's ability to fire back at Israel. And while we certainly have seen that, there are fewer missiles flying through the skies of Israel in recent days, they still have the ability to coordinate these counterattacks. And so we saw the ballistic missile attack this morning that targeted those installations in the south of Israel and also residential areas in the north. And then just last hour, this attack against a U.S. base in Qatar. The key here is the missile supply and the ability to launch these missiles. It is not surprising that they used short and medium range missiles in the attack today on the U.S. base in Qatar, because the Israelis have been going after their long-range missile supply. They have tried to take out as many of the launching positions as possible, and the Iranians have had to systematically start moving where they're firing the missiles from, because the Israelis have control over the skies of Tehran and the surrounding areas. And again, as we can report at this hour, Israel is currently striking targets in and around Tehran, an indication that they will keep up this air campaign in the hours and days ahead. And I'm checking with sources here in the region to try to get an understanding about the current security alert in the Gulf right now, because there is concern that this event retaliating against the United States, directly targeting a U.S. base that normally houses around 10,000 American soldiers, may not be over. And so everyone here is in a high state of alert. The Israelis as well, certainly coordinating intelligence behind the scenes with the Americans as this operation continues. But remember, we learned from Israeli sources over the past 2 days that ahead of the American strikes that took out, in part, these nuclear facilities in Iran, there was an effort by the Israelis to take out the air defense systems of the Iranian regime, not only to clear the path for American bombers, but also to make it easier to put this pressure on the regime, the political leadership that's left in Tehran, understanding that once you take out the majority of their nuclear program and once their ballistic missile program is decimated, all they have left is turning to their proxies in the region.
something it's been intercepted? Didn't see an impact there, but don't know. Anyways, that's a new video. Let's see if Reuters has updated their story at all. Reuters says, again, Iran's military said it carried out a missile attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. The Iranian military, well, Iran claimed it destroyed the base. There was a statement from the Iranian government. I saw that before. We read that before. But U.S. officials said no personnel were killed or injured no U.S. personnel were killed or injured on the attack on the airbase, the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. I actually kind of feel weird on calling it an attack. I mean, I guess it's an attack, but if reportedly they told them in advance. So it seems like, to me, the word attack means that you have genuine intention of causing harm and damage. I don't know that there was it doesn't feel to me like there was genuine intention of that. Reuters says Iran, which had been warned by Washington to not retaliate or face massive U.S. military action, had informed the U.S. via 2 diplomatic channels hours ahead of the attack, as well as informing Qatari authorities, a senior regional source told Reuters. Iran had issued threats to retaliate against the U.S. after U.S. bombers dropped 30,000-pound bunker busters on Iranian underground nuclear facilities over the weekend. A source familiar had told Reuters that Qatar, which is just across the Persian Gulf from Iran, had shut its airbase after receiving the advance warning from Iran. That's another reason to give Qatar an advance warning, so they can shut their airspace so you don't have any issues with missiles hitting planes. The U.S. Ain al-Assad air base in Iraq activated its air defense system out of concern for a potential attack. Military sources said, I haven't seen anything lately suggesting that has been attacked. The main U.S. military base in Iraq's western neighbor Syria was also on full alert for possible attack by Iran or Iran-aligned militia groups, a Syrian security source said. Bahrain had shut its airspace at a certain point in time. I don't know if it's still shut after the Iranian strike again. Iranian missiles were fired at the Qatar base. Island Pat thinks it's all over now. That's what our viewer Island Pat thinks.
Yo, what's up, Spider-Man?
Senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv. Mike.
And Harris says Israeli warplanes continue to strike targets in Iran. They're sending messages to people on the ground there to stay away from military infrastructure and military bases. As the Israeli warplanes unloaded at least 100 missiles striking targets on the ground in Iran. Among the targets they hit, the Fordo nuclear facility. They hit the access roads leading up to that facility. They hit the Evin prison, notorious because that's where political prisoners had been held. They hit command centers for the Revolutionary Guard and the forces that put down uprisings. They also hit Iran's very old fleet of aircraft. It's unclear if any of those aircraft ever got off the ground during this round of conflict. A top Iranian diplomat speaking in Vienna vowed retaliation.
Iran reaffirms its inherent right to self-defense and will strongly defend its great nation, its sovereignty, and its supreme national interests by all necessary means. The era of unchecked impunity has come to an end.
Waves of Iranian missiles again came at Israel. What you're looking there in the video is very near the town of Ashdod, where one of the projectiles got through the Israeli defenses. That particular explosion is quite a bit smaller than some of what we have seen in recent days from the ballistic missiles fired from Iran.
Yeah, there's no, like, I don't have a legit schedule for this channel, not like the main channel where when Parliament's kind of in motion and everything's actually going, I'll go live at like 2 p.m. around that time every day, except for Fridays and then the weekends. But this channel, if something crazy happens, I'll go live, or if I feel like it, I'll go live. There's no exact time frame. By the way, this is not happening right now. This is a replay of earlier.
One was hurt in that one. It did result in some power outages, but 2 times today, 2 times this morning, Israelis were sent scrambling for the shelters, once overnight. Harris?
Mike, this is something we're learning, and it's a short.
That footage was crazy. I'm actually going to go back and replay that. Yeah, that is nuts. Holy shit.
Unchecked impunity has come to an end.
Waves of Iranian missiles again came at Israel. What you're looking there in the
Litani River in Lebanon. Look, I bring this up. It's breaking just moments ago, in part to get to the wider point of Israel is fighting on several fronts, and of course still in Gaza. But let's focus on Lebanon, because that would be a direct violation. So it's being reported to the agreements that have been made between Lebanon and Israel.
Well, also, if you think back to the agreement that ended the 2006 Lebanon war, or Hezbollah war, that's UN Agreement 1701 that said that Hezbollah cannot arm themselves south of the Litani River. This strike was north of the Litani River, and there's a pretty clear indication that the Israelis aren't going to stand for any threats that are close to their border. And the one thing that Hezbollah showed in this last conflict is they could project their firepower from north of the Litani River.
Mike Tobin, great reporting as always. Thank you. In focus now, Danny Danone, Israel's ambassador to the United States. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me, Iris.
Let's get into the conflict right now that is multifaceted, and Israel being in the middle of this and still striking Iran. Just lay the groundwork for me.
So we are fighting multiple fronts, like you mentioned. You know, we're still fighting in Gaza. We have 50 hostages in captivity. We were able to retrieve 3 bodies over the weekend, and we brought them to burial in Israel. But we still have 50 hostages, and we assume 20 are alive. At the same time, we see what's happening in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not engaged against Israel. But when we see that they're preparing something, we take...
You take that seriously,
We take it very seriously, and we take preemptive attacks. And with Iran, that's the major task today of the IDF. You know, mainly the Air Force and the intelligence are very busy, continue to degrade the capabilities of Iran.
So how much does Iran need its proxies now? More than ever? About the same? How weakened do we think that they are? We're not on the ground, but Israel is assessing that very thing.
Well, for years, Iran threatened us with the proxies. They say we're going to build like a circle of fire around Israel. And when the day will come, they will all attack you and invade you. And we were able to neutralize that threat. You know, Hamas is very weak today. Hezbollah is not the same. The Houthis are not the same. But still, they do have capabilities.
That's a lot of different groups we're looking at right there. That's for sure. It's a crazy situation going on.
A Fox News alert, President Trump gathering his National Security Council at the White House today as he doubles down on his campaign promise.
This is from 5 hours ago, Fox News.
Making the world a safer place after the epic takedown of Iran's major nuclear sites. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins us now. Caroline, I know the president seems very pleased by the results so far. What do we know about the effectiveness of the attack that's been relayed to you?
The president is pleased, the country is pleased, and frankly, Brian, the whole world should be pleased with the courageous action that President Trump and our United States military took on Saturday night. I want to thank, and the president wants to thank, the brave pilots who flew nearly 40 hours and more than 7,000 miles from the middle of America to the Middle East to conduct this highly successful and complex precision strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. This is an operation that presidents of the past have dreamed about, but no president had the guts to actually do it. But President Trump did, to take away this imminent threat, not just to the state of Israel, but to the United States and the rest of the world. So the country is a safer place today because of the president's bold action, and he has prevented a nuclear conflict. He has prevented a rogue radical regime from obtaining a nuclear bomb and threatening our people.
So I know the president's very decisive, but he also likes listening to all angles. And he's used to Democrats fighting against him. How much harder was the decision when you have people like Steve Bannon coming over for lunch saying don't do it, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying don't do it, and other voices like that? How did the president digest all that, knowing these people weren't necessarily against him, they're against pending action he more than likely was going to take?
One of the great things that makes President Trump a great leader is his ability to listen to people with different perspectives, but then ultimately make a decision based on his own instinct and the intelligence that he saw. And he saw, based on U.S. intelligence, that Iran is just weeks away from obtaining a nuclear weapon. And President Trump has been saying his entire life, not just as a presidential candidate or as president of the United States twice, but also as a private citizen, that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's something that leaders around this world and on both sides of the political aisle agree with. Again, presidents dating back to Democrat Bill Clinton have said that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon, but none of them had the courage to actually do something about it, and President Trump did. And nobody knows what it means to accomplish peace through strength better than President Trump. He is the one who came up with that motto and that foreign policy doctrine, and he successfully implemented it in his first term. And this is one of many steps he is taking to successfully implement peace in his second term. The president wants to see a peaceful and prosperous Middle East. He talked about that extensively when we took that historic trip to Saudi Arabia, and he talked about how the Iranian terrorist regime was bringing down the rest of the region, and our Gulf partners and allies agree with that sentiment. So the president wants peace. Sometimes you have to use strength to achieve it, and he's not afraid to use strength. And as Saturday night proved, the United States has the best and most lethal fighting force in the history of the world, and we can use it if we must.
So the president tweeted out the next day, and I agree with you, by the way, and I think most everyone watching does, says it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Does he think we should do that? Is he asking the Iranian people to do that? What's he saying there?
The president believes the Iranian people can control their own destiny. And what he said last night makes complete sense. If the Iranian regime refuses to come to a peaceful diplomatic solution, which the president is still interested in engaging in, by the way, why shouldn't the Iranian people take away the power of this incredibly violent regime that has been suppressing them for decades. And so our posture has not changed. Our military posture has not changed. These were decisive precision strikes that were successful on Saturday evening. But the president is just simply raising a good question that many people around the world are asking.
So let's go to the border if we can and how that relates to the reprisals that Iran promises. One of the things they said was, you know, Donald Trump, gambler Donald Trump can start a war, we'll finish it. Well, could it be through a sleeper cell here? Well, they certainly have the numbers. It turns out over the last 4 years, there's been over 1,500 Iranians coming through our southern border, 729 qualified for release. Your reactions to the American people concerned about a possible sleeper cell?
Yeah, I've heard about that. That's something that's going around apparently, but I don't know. I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
Reprisal here.
President Trump has no greater responsibility than protecting the homeland. And look at what he has done over the past several months to do that. He has done more than any president in American history to secure our border and the largest mass deportation operation of illegal criminals, many of them known terrorists that Joe Biden led into this country, are being removed every day. I spoke to our Secretary of Homeland Security this morning. She held a call with governors across the country, and the Department of Homeland Security is actively engaged with our state and local law enforcement partners to protect the American people. That is the president's #1 priority in all of this, and that's ultimately what led him to make the decision to launch this strike on Saturday night, to protect our homeland from threats abroad, and we will continue to protect our homeland from threats here at home.
Caroline, but no specific threat yet in any city or any state or any building?
Not that I'm tracking, Brian, but I can assure you the Department of Homeland Security is monitoring this situation very closely.
So as this operation takes place, Democrats said they were not told about it. They were left in the dark, and they said usually there's bipartisan calls for this, and they didn't know about it. Here is Republican Thomas Massey.
We haven't been briefed. They should have called us all back. And frankly, we should have debated this war powers resolution that Ro Khanna and I offered instead of staying on vacation and doing fundraisers and saying, oh, well, the president's got this under control. We're going to cede our constitutional authority.
Should you have called everybody back?
First of all, we did make bipartisan calls. Thomas Massey and the Democrats, he should be a Democrat because he's more aligned with them than with the Republican Party. We're given notice. The White House made calls to congressional leadership. They were bipartisan calls. In fact, Hakeem Jeffries couldn't be reached. We tried him before the strike, and he didn't pick up the phone, but he was briefed after, as well as Chuck Schumer was briefed prior to the strike. So this notion that CNN ran with at the White House did not give a heads up to Democrats is just completely false. In fact, both Senator Schumer's office and CNN had to retract that story last night because it was a blatant lie, and we showed them the timestamps from those phone calls. But I want to add something to Thomas Massey's false point. The White House was not obligated to call anyone because the president was acting within his legal authority under Article 2 of the Constitution as Commander-in-Chief of the President of the United States. We gave these calls as a courtesy, and the Democrats are lying about this because they can't talk about the truth of the success of that operation and the success of our United States military and the success of this president and this administration in doing something that past administrations, Democrats too, have only dreamed about.
Yeah, but President Obama did not ask for permission to bomb Libya in 2011.
That's right.
Finally, I know you guys are going over to NATO. You're going to go one day later. It's going to be on Tuesday. So far, our NATO allies are looking for de-escalation. What do you want to hear from them about what we did over the weekend?
That's right. The president will be taking off for NATO tomorrow morning, and one of the main topics of discussion will be that 5% threshold that our NATO allies have to hit. The president has been calling on our NATO allies to do more for quite some time. He got them to step up and do more in his first term, and you'll hear the president talk about that on this next historic trip to Europe.
You want them spending 5%, right? 5%
That's right.
of their GDP.
Alrighty. Let's take a look at what Agenda Free has here.
A little while now. I mean, these missiles were fired. These missiles were fired about 3 hours ago. And we've known for a while now that they got shot down and nothing hit the base. Those reports have been coming out. So if that's true, it seems like it's a long time to hear nothing. Ron, our viewer, thinks they will settle down and storm is over. We'll have to see.
Hey, they claimed by the end of this year we'll hit the 2% target. So if they don't hit it, and I don't think they'll hit it either, we could sit here and go, well, add it to the list. Another one of the many things that they probably won't deliver on. But if they do, then I guess they met the 2%, and then it'll only get bumped up to 5%, and we'll struggle to hit that target as well.
Thanks, Fat Panda over there on Twitch. Lou Viz said, play it again. Again, from FlightRadar24.com. You can see the Persian Gulf planes going across the Gulf, and it clears out. Reuters reports that the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has lifted its shelter-in-place order, and embassy will open on Tuesday. Again, U.S. Embassy in Qatar lifts shelter-in-place order, and embassy will open on Tuesday. Hey, you know what I just remembered? Guys, you know what I just remembered? You know what I just remembered? Hold on a second here. Hang on. You want to know about advance notice? You want to know about advance notice?
All right, I don't know what he's going on about there, but yeah, our 1983 jets. We're not going to be doing much of anything with those.
When the State Department said, Qatar, out of an abundance of caution, we recommend American citizens in Qatar shelter in place until further notice, that was 8 hours ago. That was about 5 hours before the missile attacks. That was 5 hours before the missile attacks. And we were watching it and saying, why is the U.S. Embassy in Qatar telling people to shelter in place and not saying why? Telling all Americans in Qatar to shelter in place and not saying why. That was 8 hours ago, 5 hours before the missile attack. So I wonder if even my point is, I think there's a decent chance that 5 hours before the attack, the U.S. knew. Anyways.
interruption, but we have some breaking news from the White House. President Trump has just made a statement. Rich Edson.
Good afternoon, Martha. So the president taking to Truth Social just a short while ago, he says Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired. 13 were knocked down. One was set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you.
Alrighty, that's from Trump, the most recent thing, I believe. And we have this.
Issued since the start of this military.
Urgent warning to all the people located in District 7 of Tehran based on the area marked in the red on the attached map. The Israeli army will continue to operate in this area as it has done in recent days throughout the Iran to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. They're telling people to not approach the designated area over the next few hours and to evacuate. Your presence in this area puts your life at risk.
Military action. But let's give it a few minutes to see if we have anything from Tehran. If you missed it, you can rewind to see the coverage. Oh, you can rewind to see the coverage that we've been doing of this, of all that's been going on. But also, I've been posting updates on my X account, which is @Lookner, right here, @Lookner. So you can go back and check out there all the updates from this stream, the news updates I've been posting in there. Oops. Here, I'm putting it in the chat right now for you. I'm putting the link in the chat. There you go. Hang on 1 second here.
Exception.
Okay. But that is that evacuation warning.
All right, most recent post from the IDF, it looks like. We also had Trump calling Iran's attack weak.
Let's take it around the table here. I want to start with you, Joey, because on America's Newsroom, we talked about this and what it was like for soldiers to be at an American base waiting for what might be happening. And you said that they were okay because they knew that they would be able to engage if they needed to. And now we have this result.
Yeah, it's on tape. This is exactly what I thought the immediate response would be. I still worry that there will be either proxy groups or we'll talk about later sleeper cells in this country. There'll be some other way of showing their discontent. But, you know, when President Trump says, when he puts out a statement like that, it makes you think he's got some inside information on what their intent is. Mm-hmm. I love that he said, thanks for giving us that warning. The men and women on these bases, they're football players that just saw the clock go zero for the game to start. They don't want war, but they're ready for it. That's why they're in our military. That's what Pete Hegseth has beat the war drum on at nauseum. And so I got a text from an Army special operator that said, you know, we're hunkered down. We don't want anything to happen, but at least we know if something does, we can shoot back. Mm-hmm. And, man, that's a big turn of the tide, I'll tell you that.
Indeed. Jesse, I don't think people have had the benefit of hearing from you yet since this all went down.
Well, I'm glad they didn't hear from me Saturday night because I was at a party.
Me too.
But so far, so good. These strikes in retaliation look to be telegraphed. They didn't want any American casualties. That would have triggered an overwhelming response.
Yeah.
And they have to show a little something to their own public to show that they're still in charge. So there's no American casualties. There's no escalation at this point, and there's no mission creep at this point, which is great. And now you have an Iranian regime, which is the lead sponsor of terror, without their nuclear scientists, their generals, their air defenses, or much of a nuclear program left. This is a best-case scenario. When I saw it happen on Saturday night, I thought it was a righteous strike. Donald Trump gave peace a chance. But the Ayatollah gave him the middle finger. Figuratively, he wanted to meet him in Turkey face-to-face for negotiations, and the Ayatollah said no. Mm-hmm. So this was the last resort. And it shows the effectiveness of this administration, the precision and the secrecy to be able to pull it off. But also, you know, the prestige of the U.S. military had taken a little bit of a beating after the Afghanistan withdrawal and all the trans stuff. To come out and do something like this, where they're putting a bomb on the target the size of an air conditioner, it's just an incredible feat. You're seeing our missile defense system knocking out other missiles in the middle of the sky. It's just amazing. And deterrence is back because, you know, Joe Biden, don't. And our enemies did. Barack Obama drawing the red lines. They were meaningless. And China's watching. The cartels are on notice now. And even Denmark probably won't put up much of a fight over Greenland. And even in the trade negotiations, this gives the president a little bit more leverage because it's not like we're going to drop bunker busters on Germany. But when you are willing to go to this extreme for something you believe in, the people that are at the negotiating table are going to take notice. I'm sure Lutnick is going to exploit this. There will be a damage assessment. No one knows the extent of the damage. It looks pretty devastating. You don't know if they squirreled away any enriched uranium and they're just spinning something on the fly now. Nobody knows. And no one knows, as you're right, you know, you could have a revenge attack in a year from now. Nobody knows. But so far, oil prices are down. The market was up. It's contained at this point. So well done.
All right. Harold Ford Jr., the one development today was this attack by the Iranians, which looks, as the president said, weak and might be the last one because it's similar to what they did after Soleimani, right? They had a response, but they told all the people in Iran it was an amazing response. We all know that's not true. The people inside don't. But what do you think?
Well, good to be back with everybody. What a weekend. I believe Joey is largely right, if not totally right. In one regard, our men and women are ready to go to war. They understand what the implications are. Jesse, you're right. This notion that our military somehow or another had been weakened over the last 6 months to 3 years, a lot of that was refuted. What the military did in terms of the demonstrating their capabilities, the choreography of what they did, the planning, and obviously the president himself orchestrating from all press reports an unbelievable deception within deception was nothing short of astonishing. We're now at a time we got to figure out how we de-escalate. And I think where the president his definition of de-escalation is bringing them to the table to try to ensure that they don't have nuclear weapons, that the capability has been removed.
And I would assume it has been based on the recent attacks by the U.S. All right, well, sounds like that's pretty much going to be it for this conflict. It sounds like the Iranians are pushing false narratives and fake news to their own people to make it seem like they did this big crazy thing to Qatar, when in reality we have seen absolutely nothing. It was a very weak attack, weak display, and I don't know, we got something here.
It's literally the same language as the Israeli one. As they have operated in recent days in the Tel Aviv sector to attack military infrastructure of the Zionist regime, your presence in the area puts your life at risk. They're just taking, they match the language of the Israeli evacuation order. So, you know, there you go.
So they just put out another thing there claiming everybody should evacuate. Look, at the end of the day, it seems like this has pretty much come to a standstill, and that'll probably be the end of most of this. I mean, I don't expect it to escalate any further. We might see 1 or 2 more attacks at the most here, but at the end of the day, Israel, the US have just stomped Iran and have stopped pretty much everything they have going for them. So that's probably going to bring an end to today's stream and an end to this series of streams where I'm covering this, because I don't see anything coming from this other than what we saw. The US involved themselves and that was it. Iran is pushing a bunch of propaganda and saying that they did this crazy thing, but we are seeing the exact opposite. It's quite clear that things are pretty much over. can only assume that a majority of the missiles have been fired and a majority of them have been destroyed. The attacks have been going on for nearly 2 weeks now. So, yeah, at this point, I think it is pretty much said and done. If Iran continues to strike Israel, they do, but I don't think they will be successful. Or any more, I guess, successful than they already have been. If you want to say that, I don't know, but this pretty much looks like the end of it. I could be completely wrong, but when you have Iran just constantly lying and claiming they did all this crazy stuff in Qatar, and we all know, like the entire world watching knows that's just not true. Yeah, it kind of seems like a game set match there. The US hit them and they no longer want to play, so that looks like it's probably going to be it.